Microphone. Are we in? Hello? Can anyone hear the microphone? Hey! 1 second while I get this set up. Right, who we got? Techum, SGT, Hypo, Thebes, Cook. Hello everyone, hello Esteban. Testing, 1, 2. Hello. I need to put some random extended mixes in. Hello Lewis. Hello Inesis. Thank you. Is everything working? Good. Turn this down a bit. Actually, I'm going to turn it down there. Remember what track this was. Oh, I need to stop my messages coming through. 1 second. Do not disturb. Let's go 4 hours. I've just been informed we've got mice at the studio. Nightmare. Anyone dealt with mice before? I'm willing to trade musical advice for pest control. What do I say to producers who insist on putting compressors on their kick to give it more body and or refinement? What does that even mean? The trance scene is rife with those, especially at the elite level. Well, elitist is probably the problem, isn't it? I was discussing this with someone recently, like, because it's a valid question that I get asked a lot because I don't behave like a lot of producers by not putting compression on many things, if anything at all. And it is a valid question to ask me, why don't I use compressors when pretty much everyone else does? The only thing I can think of is they're watching Instagram and YouTube Shorts and TikTok. And inevitably when you get, because YouTube isn't intelligent enough to separate kind of pure electronic music to rock music, so you end up with YouTube channels and stuff like Streaky or Mix Like a Pro, is it? Warren Hewitt and those kind of guys in the shorts. Obviously they're quite prolific on the socials, so they're getting a lot of attention, but you know, their advice pops up about, I don't know, the -6 dB bass trick, or how to glue your bass to your kick drum by bus compressing them or something. And what a lot of people don't realize is when that, it sounds like cool advice when it pops up because, you know, nice easy instructions to follow, aren't they? hasn't that worked? I'd love to know. I've labelled one of these wrong. Oh dear. It's not 128 at all. 132. Whoops. I almost got away with that live then. Yeah, I think it's people are taking this advice from the rock engineering people and not realizing where the advice comes from. Because they're not talking about electronic kick drums usually, those kind of guys. And obviously it's perfectly valid to put a compressor on a real kick drum because they're usually very dynamic and need some kind of averaging out. Unless the drummer is extremely consistent. Oh, and his sister's got roaches. Unlucky. Yeah, Lewis, the glue is one of my bugbears. I really hate that term. I often reply with, why would you want your drums to sound like glue? Well, Subspace is both, isn't it? I think they're both extremely dynamic in that they usually have a very large crest factor. Unless they were compressed on the way in. And they're inconsistent. So yeah, it's there's two issues there. They both need taming in terms of their range. Global range usually, and then also some kind of averaging. But yeah, that's what I would say to people. I mean, if you know what you're doing, it's perfectly acceptable to put a kick drum, a compressor on a kick drum. If you've deemed that the kick drum is too spiky, or yeah, maybe the body is not, like you say, it's not good enough body. If you can identify that the actual the tone is there in the kick, just too lower down on the tail, then kick drum is compression is one way to potentially handle that. I would say it's one of the worst ways though. That's why I made that pro bass tutorial where I just reshaped the kick with an envelope. Obviously, again, not an option in rock music or acoustic music. I don't put compressors on the master bus or the end of a mix either, in assist, no. Not usually, anyway. I think by that point I've usually got the balance like to where I want it, and the sidechain compression in electronic music usually kind of gives you the bounce and the cohesion that you would be looking for from the master compressor, but it's a lot more controlled. What's Mark saying? Hello, Mark. Hello, M. Been producing for half a year. Feels like I'm not getting anywhere with my songs or quality of music. What advice would you give to a beginner producer? Well, give it another 4 or 5 years at least. 6 months is nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, I need another track. I need another track. Let's see if I got the tempo right on this one. What is it? 120? Oh dear. That sounds like it's about right. No, it doesn't. Why didn't that work? Something's gone very wrong with the mix. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Something's gone very wrong with the mix down of that track. Oh, I didn't round it up. 0.01 of a dB, 0.01 of a BPM. Just throw me off. Yeah, advanced. Just keep at it. Keep things simple. Don't. I think the hardest part being new is you're going to be overwhelmed with advice from all the different angles. So when you're on your own, you are a musician, you are a producer, you're an engineer, you're a sound designer, you're a programmer. You're trying to learn all these different crafts at once, and the danger is if you're not really understanding what the separate roles are, you're going to be severely overwhelmed and just kind of clawing at random information. It will be slow going at first, because you're probably trying to do everything yourself. So I would concentrate on coming up with good ideas and not caring whether they sound quality. Sound quality is not a thing, believe it or not. I don't care if you really like the output of a certain artist because the quality is really good, like they have really good bass in their tracks or something. It's nonsense. It's not actually required for success at all. Again, I'll always use the pauser argument. And there's been some more recent tracks that have gone big that were sounding like they were made in 1991. So I would just concentrate on cool ideas. And it depends on your measurement of success as well. What you're actually trying to achieve. You will be getting somewhere, but the problem early days is it's a bit like bashing your head against a brick wall for a year or so, isn't it? At the moment, you're going to be learning lots of things that don't work, either from bad advice or just trial and error because you're playing around with all these toys. There's lots of toys in any piece of software, right? So I presume you're trying to do it in software, are you? Or are you doing it with hardware? Anyway, regardless, lots of new toys to figure out. Processors, instruments. You're going to be spending a long time trial and error, turning knobs and adjusting parameters, and then finding out it didn't do what you thought it did. And that's not going nowhere, by the way. It feels like going nowhere because you didn't actually step forward, but you did learn something that didn't work. And your first few years are going to be all of that. It's just learning things that don't work or advice that didn't translate to your situation. So, it will feel like you're not getting anywhere, but you are learning every time something doesn't work, right? It's, as I like to say in Rocket League, win or learn. There's no losing of a match. You just learn something that didn't work, basically. So, win or learn. Just keep at it is my main advice. And try and keep things simple. You don't need a million plugins or a million techniques to do anything successful. You need a good idea and a way of expressing your ideas simply and effectively. Oh. Need to mix another one in here. While we get everyone in at the beginning of the stream for now. Do this or something. A blind mix. Thoughts about metering using isotope tonal control 2 and keeping the track inside the ranges in EDM bass heavy preset. I would say don't. The problem with all of that kind of thing is you're mixing with your eyes, which stops you. It doesn't stop you mixing with your ears, but it's teaching your ears that goal is the thing that works, and the meters can't tell you quite a lot about what might be going wrong with that. So I don't like. Have I got tonal control? I've got the first one. I haven't updated. While we're here, let's see what it says about my track. Is this the Oh, this needs to be attached to what? Ozone or something? It's saying my crest factor's healthy. Which is interesting for EDM. Because I would have said not. Oh, what did I put it on? Hang on. Let's put it on the group. I've not used it before. I've seen it being used. I've never had to need. By the time Total Balance came out, I was long past being able to need something like that. But I don't think it's. For me, that would be kind of a last resort thing. Like, if I'd already done everything I could, but I wouldn't use that. I wouldn't lean on it in any significant way at all. Subspace compressors seemed like dark magic to you, did they? Well, for me, they're very simple devices, actually. I mean, not counting how I'm using this one here for the side chaining of the group. But I suppose, just stop that for a minute quickly so I can show you. I mean, this is a good example. So I don't know why they changed the color of the threshold line in Ableton 12 to black. It used to be white. It was clearer to see. I don't know if you guys can see that there, but there's a line of threshold. And this, by the way, is why most compressor presets can never work. It's because unless it's an intelligent compressor, like some of the recent AI type or context sensitive compressors, most compressors don't know how to set the threshold, which has to be at least at a place where the audio is going above it. So the threshold is the start of processing. Once you go above the threshold, things start to happen. So, for example, the easiest way to think about it is if I set the threshold to minus 10 decibels, and then let's imagine where I'm at now. Let's just keep it simple numbers so it's more obvious. So imagine this line is minus 10 decibels and my voice goes over that threshold by 1 dB, 1 decibel, right? Actually, no. Let's say I go over by 6 decibels, right? So it catches me at minus 10. I go 6 decibels above that. So I'm going up to minus 4. It doesn't matter what the result is. If the ratio is 2:1, that means I went 6 decibels above the threshold. It's going to reduce that by half, 2:1. So the resulting output is everything above 10. That 10 dB threshold will be. If I go over by 6, the output will be 3. That's all it is. It's just 2:1 is half, 4:1 is a quarter, etc. So if I've got this set to 4:1 like this, and I go over by 6 decibels, the output of that will be 1.5 decibels instead. And if you go to infinite, it won't let anything pass. That's what we call a limiter. So The only other nuance to a compressor really is how fast it reacts to that, which is your attack. If you have the attack as fast as possible, it should react as fast as possible. If you have any attack window at all, it means it will let the original audio through unscathed before it jumps on it. So if I go over by 6 decibels, it might wait a few milliseconds. It will let that spike through, and then it will clamp down by 3 decibels, 1.5, whatever the ratio ends up being for that. And the release is the opposite. It's how fast it recovers after it's reduced your audio. That's all it is. Again, in milliseconds. That's kind of what a compressor is in a nutshell. Does that explain it any better than you ever learned it? I'm not sure. So threshold is where it starts. Ratio is how much it ducks everything by. Attack is how fast it starts that ducking. Release is how fast it lets go after the ducking has occurred. Does that explain it better to anyone? Compressors for aesthetic reasons. Yes, Techum. I mean, that's the two uses. So I will never argue with that. Again, most of my advice is for beginners, right? So when I tell people, I mean, I'm not the only person saying this. What's the famous mix engineer, Ellis, something Ellis? He's been going around opening up. I saw a great YouTube clip of him complaining about people overprocessing, as in very famous engineers overprocessing. His job is to kind of rescue mix sessions. He opens about 300 sessions a year, he said. And he said he always finds, the first thing he does is he finds 15 compressors on the vocal and he turns them all off. So it sounds like he's got a very similar mindset to me. But yeah, the two reasons you would compress are for A, to control dynamic range, or B, for aesthetic reasons. So the aesthetic things, it's very personal. It's not, it's never usually a case of it will make or break the sound. Because if you're doing it for aesthetic reasons, it usually, for me, that would mean you probably know what you're doing and you're just there for some kind of flavor. Because I advocate for a very dynamic, punchy, transient sound, right? But that's not always going to be the right emotion for every possible piece of music, is it? Luckily, the reason I can discount the first reason, to control dynamic range, is because I mostly teach about electronic dance music, and that has such a little dynamic range for most of its sources of sound. You know, we use drum samples, we use synthesized sounds, we use, apart from vocals, usually, maybe the occasional guitar or something, there's very little sources of sound, acoustic sources of sound, that have a real dynamic range. So I can safely say to everyone, forget compression, because you don't need to tame dynamic range, because your music already doesn't have any, or probably doesn't have enough. Once you understand what a compressor does, and you get into the nitty-gritty of how different compressors behave, feed forward, feedback, FET compressors, optical compressors, valve compressors, Vari-Mu compressors. There's all these different flavors, and those are largely aesthetic decisions. So when you get to know all these compressors and flavors and what they do, yes, sometimes I'll reach for a compressor purely for aesthetic reasons, yeah. Sometimes you want to squash something on purpose because it's an artistic choice. It can make it sound more intense. But I will never say, especially in dance music, I will never say compression is necessary to make music. That's the difference, right? In my opinion, of course. especially things like bus compression, I would say stay away from. Like, you see, the way I make music without compression, if I was to stick a bus compressor on this now, it can only really ever get worse because of the way I've made the music. So, because I've already chosen the sounds, I've balanced it how I wanted. Everything's side chaining and bouncing already. Doesn't matter what track I select here, really. We might get an extra like 1%. Like, so I just took advantage of that. Let tell you what, while we're here, if I've just took advantage of that RK Multimedia deal that's just happened. So why not just play around with these? They're I don't usually rate them for analog emulation, but what was it? Their SSL emulation, their bus compressor, is pretty good. There we go. Let me just take that off. I might need some headroom here because I'm already at mastered level. Let me just put the... turn it down before and turn it back up afterwards so we can...
So many times I've heard promises of romance, but
we're going to need a couple dB headroom.
So many times I've heard.
Right, straight away. A lot of people will be fooled by this. So when I turn it on, it sounds slightly better. Would everyone agree?
So many times I've heard promises of romance, but there's something about you makes me believe in another chance. Can't explain what I'm.
Everyone hearing that? Does it sound slightly better to you? Exactly. Techem got it. Yeah, everyone's got it. Yeah, so it's a loudness trick. You'll notice the makeup gain here is not on 0. It's already been turned up for you. Therefore, instantly, even half a decibel of volume will fool the human ear because our ears are not linear. Every time the sound gets slightly louder, we hear more bass, we hear more punch, we hear more treble, we hear more... It just... Yeah, it's louder, not better. So... the only way to truly judge whether you're improving something is to try and tune it. And again, you can't really measure this with, I suppose, LUFS might get you close if you want to rely on a number. But the best thing to do is tune this by your ears.
So many times I've heard.
I'm going to go fast release, really slow attack, so we let all the kick drums through. But remember, this poor thing has to react to every thing at once. It's never going to be ideal, in my opinion, because it has to react to the kick drum, the bass, the vocal, the hi-hats happening all at the same time. If you can get that to sound kind of in rhythm, in a nice way, then you might be doing a slightly good thing.
So many times I've heard promises of romance, but there's something.
Let's see if I can get this kind of pumping in a nice way.
So many times I've heard.
This is a feature we've not discussed yet. So we discussed ratio. Okay, so for every this is set to 2:1. So for every 6 decibels above the threshold, we'll get 3 dB out. So threshold is the start of compression. We've got attack release. I've chosen for a very slow attack, 30 milliseconds. That's going to let hopefully all my transients through. Very fast release, so it recovers very fast. Doesn't stay ducked for too long because that can sound really squashy.
So many times I've heard.
I do want a very fast pumping kind of sound. And then we've got this, which is the side chain, internal side chain. So you can say, I don't want this compressor to react to all frequencies, only frequencies above 500. That will stop it pumping from the kick drum, for example. Now we're just going to be reacting to the mid-range, which is not what I want, because then we're just going to get a compressor that's bouncing to the vocal, not the beat. And this is dance music, so I do want it reacting to the kick drum. So I'm either going to chop off the extreme low frequencies in case I've got some bad frequencies below the kick drum, maybe. So I might choose 60, or I might choose off.
So many times I've heard promises of romance, but there's something about you makes me believe.
So, yeah, it's not really working.
So many times I've heard.
That's about equal.
So many times I've heard promises of romance, but there's something about you makes me believe in another chance. Can't explain what I'm sensing. Every part of me drowning as I feel that you got through my defense.
It's kind of, I think I'm losing some of the weight of the kick under it, which is always going to be a danger with a kick drum.
So many times I've heard promises of romance.
It's doing a tonal thing. Ideally, if I could turn the actual compression off and just run audio through this as a tonal thing, like it's probably got some built-in EQ. We could probably find that out with Plugin Doctor, maybe. Depending on how non-linear this thing is. Let's have a look what it's doing tonally, if it's going to tell us. I presume we're getting some harmonics. There's an update available. Oh, I'm going to have to rescan my plugin list because I've just added these, haven't I? That's going to take forever. I won't risk it just in case it slows the stream down. But, resizable. But yeah, I mean.
So many times I've heard promises of romance.
When would I use it? Would be, imagine there was a top loop or something which was extremely spiky. Let's get good old Splice out. See if I can find one. Give you an example. At least 6 instances of OTT. Yes. More artifacting. Yes, Helix. I mean, you have to be aware of every process you add is technically doing damage. People think digital is like pristine, immune to distortion, but it has its own problems. Analog has problems, digital has. Every process you add is technically degrading the original sound somewhat. Hopefully you're adding more than you're taking away is the problem. I mean, is the equation. Sounds. Let's go. Can I see tops anywhere? Tops. There we go. Whoops. Okay, so that's kind of there. That's got a very thick transient going on. I'm actually hearing like there might be a low end leak on that one somewhat. Could be my imagine I wanted this top loop, but it was actually imagine you did the crank test and it was actually annoying you, but you wanted the energy that it gave because of the tone. Have we got some low end frequencies leaking through there? Oh no, not too bad. But that sounds like it's got some, it's plenty of transients, quite spiky. Maybe that turns out it's too much with your existing hi-hats. I might reach for a compressor on that. Peak compressor. RMS just means like average sound, by the way. Peak means it's actually reacting to the individual peaks. So as fast as possible, peak compressor, find the threshold. So I just really want, see those there? it might turn out that that's perfect for the track. And then you can choose how much you're reducing by with your ratio, right? So 1:1 is nothing. Again, 2:1 for every 6 dB above the threshold, 3 dB goes out. So you can see here it's reducing 7, so that means these spikes are about 14. So that might be why I use a compressor. All right, I would probably actually just use a limiter on that, maybe. Although sometimes a limiter would be, because it's an infinite squash, it might be too much. But that would be kind of one of the main reasons I would use a compressor in a electronic dance music sense. So if something was actually too spiky, the main reason I just never bother recommending them is it's just extremely rare to find very transient sources of sound. In assists, do I ever use clippers? Yeah, I mean that's a slightly different thing. I don't use clippers that often to I suppose clipping can be why do I use clippers? Not to control dynamics aesthetically. It's a very different thing. You can control the did you see my Pro Bass tutorial? I think it was called Pro Bass. I showed why I was struggling with a kick drum that left me with no headroom, and it turns out it had an extremely fast spike at the beginning if you measured it in a certain way. So I clipped the spike off so I could get the main body of the kick higher. Yeah, it's all very situational, right? Or there's a lot of clippers going around, like actually I'm not going to load this. Zebra Clipper by Safari Pedals is an example of a clipper that is not really a clipper. When someone says the word clip to me, I take it to mean hard clip, which is from normal to 0. It just doesn't let anything past 0. The difference between a clipper and a limiter, by the way, in terms of even if they both don't let anything past 0, the difference is the limiter has time constraints. It has to react over a certain time period, and it has to let go after a certain time period, just like a compressor. They have attack and release parameters, even if they don't give you control over those sometimes. A clipper doesn't have any time constraints. It's just instant on and off. That's why it produces distortion, because it basically creates square waves. So sometimes you would use a clipper for the aesthetic, because it's I mean, I use clippers all the time in the sense that I export my, if you need to watch my video on how to not master your tracks. I've done 2 videos called How to Not Master. So all the tracks you're listening to here,
So many times I've heard.
those are exported as is, with no compression, no limiting. I just let basically what's happening here. Look. See how that's 4 decibels over? That's because we're time stretching, by the way. But it's basically this. I'm letting the DAW clip the sound. Because if I add a limiter, I've got lots of options now, haven't I? I just want the normal. Let's go with the kilohertz one. Doesn't matter what the limiter is, really. This is always going to sound worse than the clipping for me because of the way I've set up the mix of the track. The only things going over 0 in my tracks should be drum transients. So when I take the limiter off, you should hear it kind of just breathe a little bit more naturally, and the punch of the drums should come back. Right. I don't know if you can hear that over YouTube's algorithm, though. It's very obvious here. I don't know if it's but yeah, there's no difference between adding this and just letting the DAW clip, in my opinion. They do sound slightly different, and I actually can't explain that scientifically. I don't know why hard clipping a plugin should be either the plugin must be doing something different, or hard clipping the output of the DAW. That shouldn't necessarily be any different. To me, there is a slight difference. I can't explain why exactly, because clipping should be clipping. It's just either on or off. If the sample goes above 0, it gets set at 0. That's all clipping is, like proper clipping. What's going around at the moment is a lot of plugins claiming to be clippers, which are actually soft clippers, which is all these other options here, like Quantic Cubic, all these different algorithms for where it clips before it hits the threshold. So it starts to soft clip before 0. That's technically not clipping. It's just another form of saturation. Soft clipping, in my opinion. I wouldn't class that as the same as clipping. So anyway. Yes, I do use clippers is the answer to your question. I always try to get the why in there. The why would I use a clipper? But yeah, I use clipping on every single release. Have done for over 10 years. All of my exports are clipped in some way, pretty much. Unless there's egregious distortion that I can hear. The reason I do it is because it's a lot. I'm not hearing any distortion. Let me be clear about that. I don't clip because I want the distortion. Technically, clipping is the worst form of distortion you could possibly imagine. What we call digital aliasing. That's what it causes because of infinite harmonics from the square wave. It's technically the worst type of distortion, the most egregious, awful sounding to the human ear type of distortion. Obviously, you can use that on purpose when you're trying to sound nasty, but it's not. That's not the reason I clip on the output of my projects. It's because the transits passing through the clipper are so fast that they're not detected as clipping as any actual distortion. That's the idea. Anyway, just so you know, watch my videos called "How to Not Master Your Tracks," Part 1 and 2. I guess a compressor with a slow attack keeps the transit. Yes, it helps. The problem is what happens after the transient then is you duck the body of the sound. So you kind of, if the reason was to contain the dynamics, that's done the opposite. So slow attack compression is very much aesthetic compression, in my opinion. That's normally the reason you would do it. It's not to you're no longer containing dynamics then. Would a transient processor be better? Yes. Yes, Subspace. Going back to that top loop example I gave. Instead of a compressor, I would probably reach for a transient designer before I reach for a compressor in most cases. It depends how it reacts, because sometimes the sound is too complex for the transient designer to behave as you would hope. So sometimes you just need a straightforward dumb compressor where it's just got a fixed threshold. It's not trying to follow the dynamics of the actual sound like a transient designer would do. They work off envelope detection. They don't have a threshold. So sometimes you just need a compressor with a dumb threshold just set fixed. So anything that goes above it gets reduced because the sound is too complex, or just for some reason the transient designer doesn't behave. So that's the reason I would use a compressor. But yeah, I would reach for the transient designer first. Hello, Lazy Cats. Hello, Cornell. Finally caught me live. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm just reading back through the chat here. I don't know when half of this was typed. Somebody's bigging up the Haas effect. Indeed. I use it on... I use a mono-safe version of it on pretty much most tracks. You see, SGT has fallen for it. He said, standard clip is the best clipper I've used by far. What is standard clip? Is that a plugin? Because as I've just discussed, if it's a proper clipper, it's no different to any other clipper. So it must be a not proper clipper to be a good clipper that you have distinguished from other clippers. It must be doing something other than actual clipping. If that makes sense. It will be doing some form of saturation, fancy clipping, whatever you want to call it. But it's not just turning things into zeros. That's why I put the caveat at the end of my tutorial on how to not master your tracks, that you still need good ear training, because I have advised the just let your output clip thing to people in the past, and then they showed me their tracks and they were just distorted to all hell because they couldn't hear it. So your results may vary, is all I can say. You do need good ear training. TGA halves doesn't sound great on mono speakers. No, it doesn't. Normal halves doesn't, but you can do a mono safe halves. Certainly mono in terms of the combined mono that most mono is, it doesn't work for left only mono, but if you delay it, pan it, and then invert the other one, as long as both channels are delayed by the same amount, they will cancel out in mono. So that's how my stereo processor works. Let's grab I don't know. Let's grab the bass from that. You'll probably hear it. Dreaming, was it? Did I call it Dreaming before I exported it? I don't know if I did. It might just be Stutterhouse. Oh yeah, that one did get. I bet you if I drag the bass track in from this song here, it will have a mono safe Haas on it. Because I made my own. It's only a rip-off of Voxengo's Stereo Touch plugin. Let's have a look. That's not that one. That one. There we go. Stereo Faker, it's called. That's the mono signal. That's the hard. And you can choose. You can choose basically. You want to stay under 30 milliseconds usually for halves. Depends on the frequency of the sound, but I've got a bandwidth limiter here so it doesn't flange in the high frequencies too much. Because if you go too long with the delay, you'll start to hear it flamming in the highs. So if you just want the mids to be wider. Width of the bandwidth color, and then overall. But yeah, if you fold that to mono in the traditional way, I say traditional, it's changed over the years, but the way most things fold to mono is to combine both channels. You'll see when I turn this on and off, there's no difference. Sometimes I like to, this LFO here is on the delay. I like to have that on the move sometimes. It adds a nice bit of movement. It's basically not too different to, it becomes a chorus at that stage. When you start moving things, moving delays, modulating delays. But yeah, so that's all that is a very short delay tap, and then it's 180'd in the other ear. That's all it is. It's like Stereo Touch by Voxengo. But yeah, it's mono safe in the traditional sense. It doesn't work if for some reason you're using an older piece of equipment and it falls to mono by only selecting the left side. Then you get the traditional Haas phase cancellation. But the last time I heard a piece of equipment do mono like that was like 30 odd years ago. So I don't think that's much of a danger these days. Hypo, when you export to WAV, does the DAW clip or limit over 0 dB? It depends on your DAW. If you're using FL Studio and you're using its internal driver, not your sound card's driver, that has a limiter turned on by default, which you have to manually disable. So I don't know if any other DAWs do that, but most DAWs, other than FL, in my experience, will just clip. Nate G, standard clip has oversampling that. All right, yeah, just the same as free clip then, yeah. Free clip lets you oversample up to 16 times, I think. You could choose to do it at the point of clipping or at the 0 dB point. Oh, up to 32 times. Yeah, in theory, it should sound more transparent because you're reducing the aliasing that's being reflected back in the opposite direction. So we've covered Haas, we've covered clipping, compression. Cornell mostly uses compression for aesthetic reasons, not to solve problems. Yes, as we were discussing, yeah. Yeah, that's the way I would use it usually. I just basically, because most viewers are still learning or in the earlier stages, beginners, I just say forget compression altogether. It's just not worth it. Until you get the ear training, you'll do more damage than good with compression. So in dance music, at least, it's almost necessary for rock music. But in electronic music, I just say forget it. I don't know a single person's session I've ever opened that was new that wouldn't have benefited from just turning all the compressors off. So that's why I recommend just don't bother with it, because until you get the ear training to use it for aesthetics, then yeah, it's just a problem. Just having a read of what you guys are saying. Fancy clipping. Oh, we're talking about the standard clip. Hello, Dennis. Hello, Carl. What we saying? I don't know what message Carl is responding to. Dennis, I was working on new disco, very much Daft Punk. Yep. Vertigo vibes. Sometimes it blurs the line between two disco and dance music. Will you ever compose a track like that from start to finish? We could do. New disco? The hardest part with those, a lot of the French scene is just finding a really, really good sample to base the track around, because it a lot of that hinges on very cool tracks being sampled well and manipulated well. So that's half the battle. You could spend 2 or 3 hours just finding the perfect sample to manipulate, and then the track's kind of easy after that. Not necessarily the aesthetics. That original old school Daft Punk, at least, is made on very crap gear, so it has a very good like bedroom kind of flavor. That's actually quite hard to recreate meaningfully. I wish I for those kind of sounds, I wish I knew less, because I always go too pristine, too modern. But we could try something. We've got some musical questions coming in. What's that? Oh, I've lost it. Hang on. I accidentally hit scroll. What was the question about? Oh, you're having a conversation with Carl about minor, major, how to build chords, what is the root of the scale? Could you put that in a different sentence? Are you asking how to find the root of a given scale? Should have that in the background. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. Oh, there we go. How do you go about making a thick, subby kick? Is it all about the sample? Yes. Usually. You always run out of options and never get that full round kick in your productions. Try different samples. I would recommend my Pro Bass video as well. Have you seen this one? Where I used a volume envelope to change the flavor of a kick. Oh, thank you, DJ West. Thank you. You heard the clubs and mono setups factoid is roughly 10 years out of date. It's certainly more common back then. But it's a bit like the compression advice, right? It's like saying it's definitely less common now, but it's still more common the lower the kind of tier of club you're in, right? So yeah, all the guys at the top. If you're playing Tomorrowland, you don't have to worry about it. In fact, if you're a certain level of DJ, some of my clients can actually specify on their technical rider that the club is stereo. They can, so that way, when they're touring, they don't have to worry about it, right? When you get to that level, obviously it's not a problem. The problem is, for most people trying to, like, people who are seeking my advice are going to be people on the way up. And on your way up, there's going to be a lot more of those clubs that are still in mono. The smaller venues. When you can't afford to acoustically design a space, it's often easier and better just to run the thing in mono. So it's just like compression advice. I'd just say if you're on the way up, I would say just be prepared for it. Make sure your stuff is mono compatible, because you're going to get screwed in some venue or other if it's not. It's just like balancing frequencies. It's like saying to someone, not all people are on iPod earbuds, right? So Or the opposite. Most people are on iPod earbuds, or iPhones or something. So you should only mix for iPhone speakers. It's a bit like saying that, right? You can't say that. Just like we have to balance frequencies, dynamics, back to front, left to right, we have to balance mono stereo. You just have to have it in mind. It has to be somewhat playable. And because, again, like most people on their way up, beginners are falling for like width tricks, just like they are falling for compression advice. It's the same problem. You have to make people aware that that's just something they have to be listening out for. It's I mean, also mixing in mono just helps you be a better mixer as well. Not that you keep everything in mono. That's not my advice. I'm not saying that. But the way psychoacoustic works, it's just much easier to judge balance in mono. So why not just do that? Make sure your track works there. And then stereo is just a luxury for headphone users and really good clubs. Can you show my export settings for Ableton? Yeah. There you go. What did you need to know? There's only... I only work in 44.1. Absolutely no point being above that, in my opinion. I mean, I have an RME interface, which has great converters, so I don't really hear the problem with 44.1 like someone with a cheaper interface might do. But having said that, again, that's, speaking of 10-year-old outdated advice, that's not been a problem really for about a decade. Most, even cheap audio interfaces have got very good converters in now. So again, another argument for 44.1. And if you do want to go above, I would recommend 88, not 96 or 48, because then your downsampling process to 44, which is what everything ends up at anyway, will be a lot cleaner. You won't do any damage on the way back down from 96 with a strange having to interpolate odd numbers of samples, because 44 doesn't divide into 96 very well, or 48. Anyway, so yeah, 44 I export as a WAV, 24-bit, 16-bit's fine as well, because the dither is doing all the work. Power R3 is turns out to be a great dither. Just comes built in Ableton, and I export a 320 MP3 on the way out as well, and they either get both or just the MP3 sometimes. So we've been over Haas and its dangers. Haas effect. What would I say? Sample-based music requires less processing? Yes, I would, yes. I mean, it depends on the sample. If the samples, if the point of the track is to manipulate the sample, then there's a lot more processing for that. I mean, look at Justice or, well, Daft Punk we just talked about. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. I would say electronic music in general requires a lot less processing. Yes. In terms of on the engineering side, I would say, but I wouldn't say necessarily less processing in terms of creative effects, if that makes sense. Creative effects versus engineering processing. No, I don't put limiters on my master. Who was asking? Helix. Your ears could be killed by it. Well, technically so could your speakers, actually, because you're sending square waves to an amplifier. Never good, but it's not happened to me. If you're abusing it egregiously, and you're actually hearing distortion, something's wrong anyway. So, but it can't do any more damage to your ears. Technically, it can damage your tweeters particularly, but I've never had a problem. Been doing it for over a decade, long before people started talking about clipping. I was doing it already. Throwaway question, Kurtz. Hope it's not dumb. There are no dumb questions. Don't say that. Do you have an opinion on the Oxford inflator? I've been testing it. Can't decide if there's an actual secret source. Apparently, it's just a wave shaper. Yeah, I used to worship that thing about 15 years ago. That's the thing. It's a very, very old plugin by today's standards as well. And the reason I used to worship it is because I didn't work at zero. I was doing what everyone else was doing, where you do your mix at like -12 or -18, or you've got your mix low, and then you throw the inflator on. You're like, oh my God, it can make my mix really loud without clipping. Of course it can, because you've got a ton of headroom. If you throw an inflator on a master track at my level, it doesn't sound good. Doesn't sound great. So, it's kind of like a soft clipper, yeah, wave shaper. Again, probably something a lot better for rock music back in the day, rock and pop. Yeah, I remember demoing that when I used to work at a shop, music shop. I remember when the Sony Oxford, first of all, it came to, obviously, Pro Tools was where it was first exclusive to Pro Tools. And then Power Core users got it, TC Power Core. That was when I jumped on board. And then finally they did a native version. And we could find out how bad the Pro Tools chips really were. Because you could only run about 8 of them, I think. And it turns out a normal computer could run about 50 of them back then. So the DSP chips were, we found out they're a bit of a rip-off. So that was the very first plugin that was both exclusive to the DSP platform and native. So that was the first time we got to measure like for like and found out how much those chips were a rip-off. SGT still on a 12700K. I can top that. I've still got a PC running that's on a 3rd generation i7 3700. Get that. It's doing fine, by the way. I gave it to one of my clients because he was on, he's running a Mac and he got jealous of all the games I play. Obviously, gaming on a Mac is a bit of a no-go. It's getting better, but still terrible. So I gave him my old PC, and it's still rocking to this day. We just put a new graphics card in it for him, actually. He's playing Red Dead Redemption. He's playing pretty modern stuff. Yep, 3rd gen i7. Ancient. About 12 years old, is it? Something? Let's catch up with some more questions. What's the difference in minor and Frisian when it comes to production? Flavor is the difference. Technically, it's one note, right? The only difference is one note. Whoops. What did I press? Oh dear, I don't want to be scale locked. Go away, please. Thank you. Yeah, the only difference, this is A minor. The only difference is that. Frisian and minor. But the practical difference from a producer's point of view is it sounds sounds completely different in terms of the flavor. I think of Frisian as a lot more darker, a lot more evil. It's probably how I would term it. Tougher, maybe. Compared to minor, at least. Minor can be very dark as well, obviously. Is that what you mean? Or did you want some? You're talking about chords. Frisian is a lot more limiting when it comes to chords. You'll find in terms of, well, especially in terms of fitting other stuff, because chord 2 becomes chord 2 is actually really good. It's a flat 2 major. That sounds really cool. As does 7 sounds, that because that becomes minor. So them 3 can actually sound quite kind of Middle Eastern used alone. Chord 5 becomes diminished, so you usually have to kind of ignore that, or just use a normal chord 5. Depends, again, all contextual, isn't it? But chord 5 is actually quite useful. So using a pure Frisian chord 5 is a bit limiting, but yeah, that's all I mean by it. But in general, yeah, just as overall, as a scale, even if you're not using chord, you're just putting melodies within there, you'll find all the good, like, acid and darker tech or techno is usually Frisian in some way. It's all this stuff, like 1 flat 2, 1 7, riffs around all of those, maybe get the minor in there, the third. It's all those kind of things. What makes a good sample for melodic stuff? Oof, that's an open question. I can make percussion samples work easily, but as soon as I sample anything melodic or use it melodically, it sounds awful. There's probably a couple of things going on there. Red King, welcome back, by the way. Hello. And yeah, apologies, I got your credit wrong on the last video. One of the problems with melodic sampling is identifying chords versus what we call monophonic, so single notes. So, like, unless you hear the human voice is easier to. If I play some vocals. Where were you when I need? All right, so we got one woman, and we know the human voice, unless you're a very skilled Tibetan throat singer or similar, the human voice can't produce multiple notes at the same time. So you can guarantee this is only one note at a time, right? Where were you when I needed you? Whereas pretty much any other instrument could be a single note at a time or a chord. So if it's multiple things, it's easy to identify, obviously. Sorry, my point was it's easy to identify a vocal that might be a chord because you might hear a choir. You might hear multiple vocals, right? So straight away, you know that's not one note anymore. That might be a chord. When it comes to other instruments, could you tell that's either a chord or a single note? Speaking of Frisian, by the way, that's a Frisian sample. It's not minor. That gave away that da, da, flat 2, 1 to flat 2, da, 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 Frisian. Or Locrian. Depends, most likely Frisian. Let me just eliminate drums from the equation so we can concentrate on musical samples. There we go. So brass, can you tell if that's one note or a chord? I need to eliminate vocals as well. See, something like that's going to trip you up because not only is that the chord, they're rave chords, they're out of key. So if you try to put if you try to layer that with literally any other musical thing that's not a bass player, that's not a bass part playing the correct bass notes, everything's going to clash and sound weird and bad because A, it's not in a key, B, it's got chords, so you can't match other chords with them unless you know what the chords are. All of these are single notes. This is all single note. Technically, that might have a little bit of a 5 in there. It's got distortion on, which is creating a heavy 5, but it's not really a problem in the great scheme of things. You get away with. There's another single note. Single note. Single note. Samples like this are a problem. Not only is it bending, but you can hear at the very beginning. Can you hear that there's an overlap from a previous note's reverb? So you've got the right, but then there's also a do down there. There's not this there's a do. There's like a there's a do overlapping from a previous note's reverb. That creates a chord, which means you can't sample that one note and then try and play it like a melody because you'll be moving chords around. And as I showed I've done 2 videos on something called rave harmony. If you try to move a chord around, it's going to end up out of key, inevitably. All single notes. See, that says it's a lower C, but there's a G in there as well. I can hear the top note you're hearing is a G. The lower note is the C. Right? So straight away, that's hard to turn into a melody because it's technically a chord, even though it's only 2 notes. It's an open chord, what we call a 5th chord. That's got a drone underneath it. That's another problematic type of sample. It's very hard to, unless you're literally just going to drone on one note yourself, like in a techno track or something. If you want to move chords, those samples are a problem. Yeah, there's lots of reasons a melody could be a problem. But it fundamentally comes to the ear training on how to identify what's going on within the sample musically, is what I would say, which is not an easy problem to solve, I'm afraid. Hello, Cook. You sent me an email about my Future Tropical Volume 1 pack. It's probably gone into your junk. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Basically asking, allow me to release a track using 2 of the samples. Oh, right. Oh, God, that's an old sample pack. That's a problem, isn't it? It's not even a permission thing, I don't think. It's we had to put a note in there because those were free sample packs. Yeah, basically we have to do some kind of contract because because they've been given away. They've been in lots of other people's tracks, and there's technically mechanical sample rights that need to be attributed and paid for and all that kind of stuff. We'd have to do a contract. I put a note in the sample pack saying if you want to release them, get in touch, didn't I? So yeah. Did you email it must be the Gmail you emailed, right? Did you look at Gmail? Sorry, I didn't see that, Cook. I've actually not checked it for a few days. I've been a bit busy this week. I'll make a note. 1 second to get back to you on that one and discuss it properly. Yeah, I made a video on why I no longer release free samples, and that was why. It's because it's a bloody pain. It's actually harder legally to release a free sample than it is just to release paid ones, which are royalty free. Because the free samples can't be royalty free by nature. It's a pain in the arse. Let me just make a note of that. Cook. What did you? Oh no, don't give me your email address or anything. No, don't publish that. I'll find it. Don't worry. It was Future Tropical Volume 1, right? Okay. Future Tropical. Yeah, I have to speak to my manager. I can't remember what the deal is on that. I'm with my manager tomorrow in session, so I shall bring that up. Sorry, I missed that. So you thought you were producing in E minor. It turned out to be B Frisian somehow, and you don't know why. Oh, right. Okay, so you're confused about modal harmony, aren't you? That's what's happened there. Yeah, so this is why I speak in terms of scales, not modes. Again, let's go back to A minor to keep things simple. So the things with modes is all they're saying is A minor is all the white keys from A, right? And the reason that works is because of this irregular pattern on a piano. Only certain notes have sharps and flats, others don't. Like there's no B sharp, there's no C flat, technically. There's no E sharp and there's no F flat, right? So them two are missing ones. So it creates irregular patterns, and that's how we get different scales, right? That's why all the notes from C that are still on the white keys become C major. Even though it's still technically all the same notes as A minor, this relative distances from this pattern, a distance of 2, a distance of 1, a difference of 2, a distance of 2, 1, 2, or tone, semitone, tone, tone, semitone, tone. That pattern is different for major. It's tone, tone, semitone, tone, 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 right? That's what we're saying here is technically C major is a mode of A minor because they have interchangeable notes, but they come from the same they come from the same notes, but their patterns are different because of their starting point. So if you start all the white keys from E, you get E Frisian. Again, it's all the same notes from A minor. It's all the white keys. There's only 7 white keys, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's all there is. They're all still in here. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But again, different pattern. Semitone, tone, 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 semitone, tone. Different to minor, right? Different to major. So E Frisian is a mode of A minor. So technically, what you could do with this information is, if there's a melody in A minor, depending on where the melody is staying around, like imagine the melody is doing not a lot on A, but it's actually sticking around E and F a lot, maybe E, F, and C or something. If you've got an A minor melody that's doing all of this kind of stuff, you might be able to put an E bass line under that and treat it as E Frisian. It all depends on the melody, though, on what's going on. Typically, melodies return to the 1, and deciding where the 1 is basically what you would call home. But yeah, that's a possibility. So what's happened with you there is it's the same thing. So B Frisian is a mode of E minor. Same thing. But what happens if I take our minor scale, start it on E, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C, D. So that's a minor pattern, right? we know that's a minor pattern. So if I start it on E, that's E minor. So those are the notes of E minor. It's pretty easy to remember. It's all the white notes apart from F. It's a sharp, F sharp, right? Okay. So if you start B on all the white notes apart from F sharp, you get B Frisian. B Frisian is a mode of E minor. In the same way that if you start on D and use all the white notes, that gets you D Dorian. D Dorian is a mode of A minor because it uses all the white notes. And so on and so on. So each scale has technically 7 modes. But I just call them all scales because functionally the way we use them is it's a pattern of 7 notes that creates the flavor for the track, like the rules for the track, or rules for part of the track at least. So they're used like scales. That's why I don't distinguish between scales and modes. But the technical reason we use the term mode is when we're describing something can be a mode of something else. Does that make any sense? Did that explain something, SGT? Oh, no, it wasn't SGT. Sorry, it was Carl. I'm a bit behind on the question, so somebody's probably already answered that. I'm just scrolling through. Here. Does that make sense? Start to finish are so helpful. What should we start to finish then? Someone asked for Daft Punk. What was the artist? Should we have a blast while we answer questions? What was the other artist's name you mentioned? You said a bit like was it Vilias? I don't know how it's pronounced. Vilias, yeah, hang on one sec. I'll find it. It's demonetization time. Let's get demonetized. Yeah, I can't find the artist you mentioned. Oh, Verdias. Sorry, Veridis. Why was I saying Vilias? Sorry, Veridis Cure. Okay, Cure. I don't know how that would. It sounds Spanish, doesn't it? Hispanic. Let's have a listen to what style of. Oh, sorry, that was the name of the track. I'm an idiot. I forgot the. So it's French. I keep forgetting it's a Daft Punk track. So if we were to do a start from scratch, I'm going to honor the first person who requested one. You see, this is what I'm talking about, finding the sample. Who listens to that sample and goes, I can make a disco track out of that? Standard pop progression. Here we go. 4-7-1-6 chord progression. I don't know what key yet. I've not compared it to anything. So we need those 70s Linn drums, don't we? So I can see you guys chat. Yes, FL's Pibble Lover. Great name. Yes, FL has a built-in limiter in its driver. You have to turn it off. Or preferably use your sound card, your actual audio interface as proper driver. Okay, so here's the roller art. This is the role the guitar would play in normal disco, right? Technically the top of the bass, is it? But I've not heard this track in a long time. Mr. Brown, yes, I did get the IK Multimedia deal, yes. Deal of the decade. By the way, we need to talk about the IK Multimedia deal because it goes off on the 31st. It ends on the 31st, so we'll have to talk about that just in case anyone missed it. Not sponsored, but it's a stupid deal. Is there any way to listen to my tech house tracks? It's all on Spotify. I haven't got a playlist though, and unfortunately I release in lots of different genres, so it'll be mixed in with lots of other stuff. And I can't remember what they're all called. So you'll just have to go through my Spotify or Apple Music or whatever, or my YouTube. Okay. Yeah, so the thing about this track, right, is all the character is in that sample. Everything added to the track is technically a remix, right? Actually, what is the sample? Let's go who sampled. Can we find it? It sounds 70s, doesn't it? It's got to be the intro to a 70s prog piece, I reckon. Let's have a look. Oh, I've spelt it wrong. I've got a very strange form of dyslexia, I think. So it uses... Oh! Maybe it's not a sample. If it is, nobody's found it yet. Interesting. By the way, who said they recommend a certain clipper because it has a delta function that tells you what's being removed? Let me just nip in there before we get on with this disco thing. Every plugin has a delta function. If you didn't know this, you can make your own. Watch this. Let's just put free clip back on my master or whatever. Yeah, all you have to do is phase cancel it against itself. So I've put the clipper on the master here. Let's just turn that up. I'm going to put that in a group with a channel that's just blank, well, almost blank. So we've got the dry signal, we've got the effect. It doesn't matter what effect you want to hear the difference of. If you then add, if you invert the polarity, some people call it inverting the phase. Technically not correct, but kind of correct. If you invert the polarity 180 degrees, you get the difference between the original signal and what the plugin is doing. So what we're hearing now is the clipping. So I wouldn't recommend, I've forgotten who was recommending a clipper that because of the delta function. I don't recommend any plugin just because it has a delta function. Technically, all plugins have a delta function. You just have to do that. Okay. Just invert the signal against the plugin, and you've got the difference. The delta just means the difference, right? Okay. Anyway. Right, I'm also catching. I'm almost catching up on the chat here. It has got a classical vibe to it, hasn't it? Now I'm wondering, is it played or? I mean, it's played, obviously. That's a kind of organ sound, like a flute preset on an organ. I think it's important that it doesn't start on the 1, because that helps with the drifting loop vibe. You want it to drift, right? This kind of vibe. It's not really got kind of aimless. Your arrangement comes from fading in drums, bass. Do we get a lead? The sample is the lead, right? Hi, Club Jesus. How often do I do lives? Last Sunday of every month. Last Sunday of the month, 6 p.m. GMT. Oh, Siebes has answered for me. Thank you. Yep. And Red King. Thank you. Is it a Bach melody, Nate? That would make sense, being an organ part. And if they have played it themselves, that would mean the publishing would be out of copyright. So what phaser is that? Well, the famous one everyone used to use is the Phase 90 by it's a guitar pedal, right? I don't think it should be too hard to get. It depends what we're going to do with this kind of vibe. Like, I'm trying to work out what I would teach about this. Because the principle is still basically remixing a hook, right? And writing a hook's not easy. I'm not going to pretend that's simple to do. I can show you what this melody is. If anyone's interested. But I don't think it teaches us how to remix the hook, does it? Doesn't matter what the melody is really. I mean, I suppose we have to know, because we have to be able to fit bass line to it and anyway, yeah, what do people want to, while we're here, if we're going to do a start to finish, what would people want to see me do with this kind of vibe? Do you want me to make one, or do you want me to build it around a sample? That's a good question, Jax. What's the difference between uploading a track to Spotify and YouTube? Well, the process for me is there is no difference. It goes to a middleman, which is a digital distributor. In my case, I usually use Ditto or DistroKid if I need to do an upload to Beatport, because Ditto don't upload to Beatport. So my extended mixes go to DistroKid. But that digital distributor then sends it to stores and they take care of the rest. So in terms of what I do, I don't do anything different. In terms of the result, each platform has their own mostly loudness standards. So YouTube's a bit more complicated, because you'll notice on a YouTube video you can turn on and off things like stable volume and see stable volume or other things. Anyone know what ambient melodies, by the way? I just noticed that. Is that new? I don't think that's an audio thing, is it? Anyway, yeah, so YouTube has its own loudness standard. Then it has that stable volume thing, which is technically a compressor. I don't know. I actually just turned it off as soon as it became available. If you're ever watching my tutorials, by the way, and you think my voice is a bit inaudible compared to the background music, you've probably got stable volume turned on, because it just compresses the hell out of everything. Hello, good evening, Peter Griffin. The Peter Griffin in the chat, everyone. We are honoured. I was going to attempt a impression then, and I think I better not. It's been a long time since I watched Family Guy. It's probably terrible. Yeah, sorry, I'm just absorbing the vibes. Is that the polyrhythm going on? Okay, so I tell you what, let's first deconstruct this track. Let me turn off all of this. Have I got the... No, I haven't installed the organ yet, have I? Okay, let's just go with my... Let's go with this organ for now. The one that comes in contact. Or maybe it doesn't actually come in contact. I can't remember. Are there any fluty type presets in vintage organs? It's not a transistor organ, I know that much. Special? Maybe in jazz. Let's just load one up and have a play around, shall we? Yeah, let's destruct the principles of the track before we build one, and then I can explain what I would. It's almost a poly. It's a polyrhythm, not polymeter. Yeah. Yebil. Sorry, Yebby. Is it? Sorry, I need to zoom in on my chat. That font's very small. I've just got you in the corner of the screen here. Yes, it's 3/16 rotation of the bass in octaves is what's going on there. So okay. Let's go. It feels slow. Should we pick like 122 or something? I mean, slow for disco. House. Oh, it's a lot slower. I'm measuring about 107. I could just tap it up here on Ableton. Yeah, 107. Let's go there. Chill vibes. Right, what key we in? Oh, it changes. I've just noticed it changes. So that's a chord 4. That's all I know. What note is that? So it sounds like well, it might be A minor. Is that? Yeah, I think it's in A minor. 1 chord per bar. So if that's 4, that's 7, that's 1, that's 6. Oh, does it go down to 5? And we're syncopated. We're off the bar line, aren't we? Okay. So the loop's going to have to be. Sounds like it's an 8th early. Yeah. So the loop is. That we start there. Oh, they've overlaid it. It starts as a flute and then it becomes an organ, doesn't it? And the melody in the intro is harmonized, whereas the melody, once it all gets going, is not harmonized. So there's 2 notes in the melody there. All right, so let's get the single melody, and then I'll harmonize it later. That's easy to figure out. I think I could just hear first 2 notes. Well, where are we starting here? Oh, it's different on the turn around. No, 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 no. F. 16ths. No, 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 no. Let's go back a bit. Does it go slightly early? Oh, it goes well early, yeah. Oh, what's going on here? That's not right. Ah. Is it that? Yeah, just stay up there, doesn't it? That's it. I presume that's going there. I'll just do this for now. Just the first two notes of the chord. No, 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 no. Yeah, same pattern basically. No, no, that sounds like a half of the main chord. Yeah, exactly the same pattern, just down a tone. Sorry, down a scale degree. Not got the sound, obviously, but it'll do. And then what changes the second time around? This is a synth at this point, isn't it? It's no longer an organ. You smell dead mouse, yeah. Oh, you might be right. Vikram. Try ROM 2A off the DX7. I've got Dexed. O2 flute. Yeah. Organ it might just be FM stacks, yeah. Organ's just being a stack of sine waves, of course. Oh, Dennis said the same thing, yeah. DX7 preset. Okay, let's have a look. While we're here, shall we? Dext can load official although I think I've only got the main cartridge. Oh no, have I got, is this? Hang on a minute. That's actually not far off. It might do us for now. I don't even want the sound to be that, the sound of this isn't that important in terms of what we're going to do later. I don't want to rip it off in that sense. I need to show the musical information so we can then choose what we do about our own kind of vibe. Pitch, MIDI. Put this an octave down. It's too high. Flute. ROM 2. Let's have a look. Maybe the Arturia presets are different to the original DX7 presets. Oh, there's your Taco Bell sound. Pure Mega Drive vibes. Any shame we can't search DX for Dext for presets by name. Our first one was pretty close anyway, so let's just go there for now. It's backed up with a pad anyway, isn't it? Now, because the chord starts before the bar, I've got to do the loop like this. Or does it go around twice anyway? Oh, there's the harmony. Right, so the harmony does come back in. Okay. So we need to duplicate this. None of this. That's up there. It's definitely played manually. Figure out what the difference is the second time round. That's the same. Oh, okay. So it's just that. Da, 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 da. It's just basically all that in one go. Classic Bach type staccato vibes. Da, 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 da. So that's our loop. Oh, no, I missed one out. What's that? That's it. Okay. Oh, thanks, Cook. No problem. Enjoy the Grand Prix. Keep in mind, Dext is not an accurate recreation. Oh, it's very close. It doesn't have the output stage, basically. As for the FM parameters, they're bang on as far as I'm aware. It just doesn't alias or distort from the amp stage like the original does. Last time I did an AB anyway. But I no longer have an actual DX in my possession. Yeah, Dennis, an ostinato just means like a repeated phrase. Yep. Well, so that's our principles anyway. What do we say about that? I mean, the main thing, in terms of remixing it, the takeaways are you need to know the chords. So anyone wondering what to do about that, if you've got a sample that you like, I've got a video called How to Put Bass to a Sample. You could drop the sample into an AI website by Samplab, and it will give you the chords pretty accurately. But that's what we need to know in terms of being able to put other stuff to it, isn't it? Because we're going to put a pad, bass line. As for what's going on with the bass line, actually, let's just put the what's Ableton's Lindrum called again? I keep forgetting. It's just LD, isn't it? I don't want presets. I want sounds. Yeah, search LD. I want the core kit. Oh, there we go. Give me that kit. It sounds like a Lindrum as well. Anyway, that's what I thought. We just need that. Where's the it's not the hi-hat. I think it's just 16th cabasses, is it? There's no I'm confusing it with an 808. There's no shaker. Anything was there. Probably going to be too loud. Oh, I've got the timing of this melody wrong. So I think it's the 16th earlier. Whoops. I knew these shakers would do my head in if I didn't velocity change them. I think I want something like that, maybe. I can't actually remember what the Lindrum was capable of. Not that. But that's what I'm going to do. Let's turn it down. Oh, and then the harmony section. Sorry, I've just realised. We need to double that again, don't we? Double. So without even hearing it, I can tell you that the harmony is just that. Pretty sure it's that. We need a nice chorus and a pad backing it up. And we need a really pokey bass. Yeah, the harmony is just a what am I doing? It only happens the second time, doesn't it? Just a third above in the scale. So skip one. And then this is how a lot of harmonies are done, especially vocal harmonies traditionally. Just staying 3 above the melody. And I think they leave it again, don't they? It'll do. Let's stick an 80s chorus on it for flavor's sake. And then we'll do the bass. What's the flavor? What's the... LX, not DX. I'll do. That'll do. So what's going on with the bass? Let's just have a listen. Oh, is it 707? Let's have a listen. 707. You're probably right. I've confused those before. The kick drum, it was a kick drum that sounded... It might be a let's try it. What's the shaker like? They have one. No, because it doesn't have the shaker. Unless that's different. Is this that snare? Yeah, you might be right. I'll tell you what, let's take the... let's do it that way, shall we? Might lay that in slightly. Anyway, yeah. It's buried anyways, and it's quite buried, that snare. Bass. Right. It's something a bit pulse widthy, isn't it? Let's just do a very quick throw a clipper on. I'm mixing a bit of a does the bass move early? It does. And there's a bass pad as well, isn't there? Okay. So I'm hearing... Is it 2 octaves? Shorter notes. We'll have to add a bit of release, I think. No, I think it's just in the flavor of the sounds. Very, it's a very, whoops. Yeah, we'll do something like that for now. Let's just map out the. So it's in 3s, and it goes up the octave. I mean, it goes up. Basically, that pattern. Oh no, hang on, they reset, don't they? Ah. Yes, that pattern. Like that. What do they do with the interruption? Oh, they don't move on that one. They don't move on that one. They do move on the D. No, they don't move early on that either. So it's just and then down to D. That. Obviously, we'll need a proper kick. I don't think we're going to use this one as the actual low end. This will be like top flavor. Oh, that's what I would do anyway. I'm not sure what they do. Is that distortion coming from clipping? Or obviously, we've got to side chain things. Oh, we don't have to side chain things, but I probably will. Right, what's going on with this bass? It is phase, I believe, is it? I can hear a phaser on that. So we have to separate the, we don't want the phaser on the sub. I'll probably do a separate sub track anyway, but let's just make it mono for now. Let's judge this. Something like that. So that's a release. We need a phase pad. Let's just do a simple saw, phase to death, probably chorus as well. Just grab the bass notes from you. Actually, no, that's more of a pain than it's worth. Come here, you. Just going to do triads. I think I can just hear triads. I presume these are up the octave. Oh, I'm an idiot. Do that. Except here. Do, 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 do. sure if they go up or down, but they're going to be background phasey nonsense anyway. Is it chord 5? No, it's not. It's actually chord 3, inverted. I think. Hang on. Yeah. Or is it called 1? Oh, it's just... Or is it just not changed, actually? Is that? Can't decide what's at the top. I thought I heard a 7th, but I don't think it is. But I think, yeah, it doesn't move, does it? Yeah, I think it's just held, and that's just a bass melody, not an actual chord movement. Oh, well, it moves in the thing. The clash is fine though, because the pad is going to be so chorus. An octave in it. I think it does. Less lows. Oh, oscillator 2. Oh, I've still got stuff going through. Oh, filter. Well, there's your 4 main ingredients, isn't it? Yeah, okay. And that's got a layer of some general, sounds like a CS80 pad, kind of just. Wow. Something like that as a backing. A thickener. Again, not that I'm trying to be too accurate, but it helps with your ear training, so you can listen out for things like that. Right. Needs side chains and things, but halftime trap remix could do. Someone was mentioning in the egregious distortion on hip hop of late. Yeah, basically they're just trying to get the 808s louder, and the laws of physics don't work like that. So if you're going to crank something that low, it's just going to fart. So they just let the whole master do that farting thing. It just makes it sound like it's in a car system that can't handle it. I suppose that's kind of the point, isn't it? Sounds a bit wrong. As for doing our own, now. I'm still torn on whether we make one of those or find a sample, because the flavor of that is important. And I don't know what to extract from that sound in terms of a lesson I could pass on to everyone else to make their own. It's an interesting one. What do we do with it? More resonance on the pad. You mean feed? You mean phaser resonance, or? Suppose that needs to be on the go, doesn't it? A little bit of movement. So it's not a sample, Dennis. Okay. Yeah, even if it is or it isn't, I'm just trying to think, what do we take from it? It's like a classical progression, isn't it? Because even if you wrote something like this, does it give you the vibe? That's what I'm thinking of. This is one of those questions between, is it the sound, or is it the chords, or is it the melody? Yeah, it's like a classical melody over a pop chord progression. Well, it's not that classical didn't use these types of chord progressions. They usually weren't looped this short, obviously, if looped at all. It kind of feels like half of Pachelbel's canon kind of thing. The first two bars are classical, the next two bars are pop. Yeah. Yeah. Reminds you of Rondo Veneziano? La Serenissima. Amazing tune. I will have to find. Look what that up is. Vikram. Vikram. Powoo. Powoo. Thank you for the information on the IK Multimedia sale. You're welcome. By the way, is there anyone in chat right now that doesn't know about the IK Multimedia thing? Or did you all see my message? Just while someone's brought it up. I don't normally recommend plugin sales, but right, there's at least 2 people, I think. Right, 3 people. Okay. Just before we carry on, so where's my community post? 1 second here. Actually, I'll just go to the Bedroom Producers blog. So IK Multimedia are running a group buy offer thing. This isn't sponsored or anything. It's just a stupidly good deal. So the more people who buy a plugin, the more free plugins they're offering. And at the moment, over 40,000 people have jumped on. So at the moment, they're offering for every 1 plugin you buy, you get 50 free plugins of that value. But as if that wasn't good enough, someone spotted that if you buy Amplitude from Plugin Boutique for $29 or your equivalent local currency, if you buy Amplitude for $29 instead of $199 from Plugin Boutique, and then if you register that serial number, on IK Multimedia's, obviously you've got to create an account, but if you register that serial number, it counts as a $200 purchase. So you get to choose from 50 other free plugins up to $200 value. That gets you pretty much all of the IK Multimedia catalog. There it is. 84% off. So that means you can get Miroslav Philharmonic Orchestra plugin for free. You can get Sample Tank 4 for free. You can't get Resync. You can get T-Rack 6 for free. T-Rack 6 Pro, of all things, which comes with like 60 modules, like compressors, EQs, lo-fi. You can get the vocal processor from Joe Ciccarelli. You can get these reverbs are actually really good. These studio reverbs, the Farmstone Radio, that comes with T-Rex Pro. You can get Modo drums. That's really good. And you can get Modo bass, which is one of the best bass guitar modeling softwares. You can get their Spring Reverb, their Prism Reverb. 50. Choose from 50. It's ridiculous. You don't get the extra ones from this website. You go to IK Multimedia's website and you claim them from the promotion area. There's Modo bass. That's amazing. But yeah, you get all these if you claim the plugin rack, the T-Rack 6. You get the API EQ. You get the Neve EQ. You get the SSL. You get some of these reverbs. You don't get the inverse, but you do get the hall and the plate. You get all the extra basses for Modo bass. You get the Dynamo compressor. You get the Echo Rec emulation, tape emulation. You get that. I don't think you get any of the tapes. I've had to register those separately. half the battle is finding out what comes with what. So somebody's actually made. I've linked it in my community post, but someone has made a spreadsheet of all the things that come with other things, so you don't end up. That's a really good saturator, by the way. Saturator X is really cool. Their analog emulations are okay. Some are better than others, but it's effectively about 69 cents per plugin at this point. So why the hell wouldn't you? I've still not claimed all my plugins. I claimed every single plugin that I could think of, and I still had 14 free plugins to claim. So, yeah, it's just a stupid deal. 50 plugins for £30, £30, 35 euros, I think it is. So yeah, if you weren't aware, this deal ends on the 31st. I reckon that's better than you're going to get on. It's better than you're going to get on Black Friday. So it is. It does sound like fraud, doesn't it? It's hilarious. So yeah, jump on it. I don't normally encourage people to buy stupid amounts of plugins because it does stop you making music. But this is just one I could not talk about because, like I say, not sponsored. It's just a stupidly no-brainer type deal. Oh yeah, they do a bunch of great pianos as well. From the piano verse, you can pick up. Obviously, Amplitube is a great amp simulator. If you haven't got a good amp simulator, even if you're not a guitarist, if you pick up the Amplitube, and if you pick up the expansion called SVX, wherever that is, SVX, is it on here? I can probably search. No. There's an expansion for Amplitube called SVX, which is it's on version 2. It's a bass amplifier, and it's fantastic for unique bass distortions, not just on bass guitar, on synths as well. So Amplitube comes in handy for making, interesting sounding synths, because putting synths through guitar amps is always interesting. One way to kind of stand yourself out among a bunch of people trying unique lead sounds. A guitar amp's always a good way to go. Yeah. Basically, they don't make many plugins which are more than £200, so you can basically claim almost every single one of them. And like I say, in terms of claiming T-Rack 6, you get that, you get that, you get that, you get that, you get loads of these modules, about 40 of them already with T-Rack 6 Pro. There's just a few that you don't, like the tape, the Tascam and the TAC tapes. You get the quad comp, but you don't get the quad image, I think. So anyway, yeah, like I say, I've linked, if you go to my community posts on my page, I have posted there. It was this poll. If you go here, look at the comments, I've pinned this. And in there is the Bedroom Producers blog link, which talks you through the steps. First, buy Amplitude, get the serial number from the My Library section, register it on over at IK Multimedia, open the project manager, hit register, and then go to the promotions page. All the instructions are there. And then there's also a link to this spreadsheet. I didn't make this. I can't remember who made this. This was linked in the comments. It's a view only, so you can't accidentally edit it. You can make your own copy if you want to put notes on it. But basically, everything in green is what you get with other stuff. So Obviously, you've got amplitude. They say metal comes with that. There's the yellowy stuff that's probably interesting to you. Tone X is like a better version of amplitude, but if you're not a guitarist, it's not really a big deal. Here's all the stuff that comes with T-Rack 6, all of that in green. And here's all the things that don't come with T-Racks. As I said, the tape machines. Quad saturator's a cool saturation, quad band saturator thing. The Neve 73 doesn't come with it, but the Neve 81 does for some reason. I suppose the 73 is the classic. Yeah, so if you're not on it, jump on it. In my opinion, it's a bit of a no-brainer. If you've got a spare 29. Oh, thank you for the donation, Vikram. Yeah, I do plan to do AD at some point. We're in talks about what that might look like. I want to do kind of a workshop or something. Something I would love to do is like a live DJ set that's also a tutorial. Does that make sense? Like, keep the beat running, take questions from the audience, and then integrate that answer into the beat somehow. Like, make a track as we go with all of the questions in. I don't know how it would look, something like that. But that would be a dream of mine. I'd love to do it at ADE. Someone is getting fired. Yeah, I know. I know. Yes, Subspace. ADE stands for Amsterdam Music. Sorry, Amsterdam. Is it dance event? Yeah. DJ event? Dance? Yeah, dance event. Yes. You've already been answered. Okay, yeah. ADE. Did you see the floods in Ibiza, by the way? Shocking. A few of my clients had gigs cancelled because of all the flooding and the lightning as well. Lightning struck one of the venues. The free UAD amp was nice with synths. Yeah, the I forgot what they called that. I don't run UAD anymore, kind of out of principle, but it's not like they make bad plugins. Amsterdam donut event. Hot as hell where you are, is it, Yebby? Very lucky. I've got a house coat on, and it's currently... Oh, it's 9 degrees. It's not bad. I've got the house... 8 degrees over here. It was 3 yesterday. Celsius. Anyway, right, so... So, drifting chords, classical melody, polyrhythm bass. But I don't want to be close to that. So I'm not going to use the DX. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to browse new disco and just see if any sounds influence me. Where are we? Where have they put it? Can anyone see New Disco? Ah, there we go. Up there. I'm still working on a video on how to reference, and I think I want to include this tip in there. In fact, let's find some modern new disco drums while we're here as well. I already own that one. Oh. Ba-da-dum. We've already got our... I don't mind reusing the 707. That's quite... Oh. Chopped up disco electro shred. Maybe I could make a layer of guitar, synth. Of course, it's mandatory that disco is covered in phases, right? Oh, I could do something like that. Rhodes plus phasey synth, phasey guitar, or phasey ARP thing. Probably couldn't use the bass guitar. Or is this an excuse to use modo bass for disco bass? Could do. It's got a good P bass in it. Nice snare. Bit bright, but that's not a bad 70s top loop. I would like a thick disco loop, like to layer with the. I'm not sure I want that clap though. That flammy clap. I want more of a 707. We can leave the 707 as the main snare. In fact, that's not a bad kick. Should we grab that? I don't mind that kick at all. There's another one actually. Which one did it? That was it. Yeah, I like that. It's kind of in the middle. It's soft enough that the click of the 707 kick will go over the top once high passed, I think. So I think we'll do that. I do want some extra shakery pace. I want it to bring it somewhat up to date. I want it to be kind of modern and pumping, not quite as raw as theirs. It's a semi-acoustic kind of hi-hat. Could be a good off hat. Let's just grab that while we're there. Let's make something out of this. And then some kind of That's some great snares in here. Oh, I already own that. That's a nice live hi-hat vibe. That's all I really need because it's we've got the shakers from the yeah. So drums at the top, kick at the very top. Let's just C3. And we're going to have to deal with not that Daft Punk were ever scared of clipping, but I don't want it to be that bad. Oh, I'll tell you what the problem is as well. That's the velocity. Ah, so who was asking about clipping earlier? This is super spiky, this kit. So I think I'm gonna clip this. I might do a little bit of squeeze, compression, and clip. We want some squash for the Daft Punk vibes because they do squash. Because, well, I think didn't they run everything through an Alesis compressor back then? They had very little gear. But just because this is so spiky and I need to turn it up, I'm not gonna sidechain this part because I need the clicks from the kick drum. So this is both for level control and for tonal. Also, I think these clips are outrageous. Look at them. The average is down by minus 30. But we want some of that squish. Can you hear that? Then I can get some just going to treat that as one of the top loops. I can already hear I don't want a hi-hat an open hi-hat every 8th. I think I'll go half that. So we'll just copy that over like that. And I think we'll do the double open hi-hat every other as well. So that's just one. Something like that. We'll make that a we'll make that 16 bar loop. New loop. I could already hear it was going to do my head in. There we go. Right. Okay. Solid solid drums there. Not too happy about that disco, that hi-hat being so far in my right ear, but I am on headphones, so maybe I won't go mad with the reduction of panning there. Let's just check in mono. Yeah. It's fine. Right then. Okay, not too bad. Right, let's grab a... actually, did I load sample tank? Have I put it in yet? No, I haven't put it in yet. Okay, never mind. But we could have had a play with Sample Tank, seeing as it was on the deal. I've not installed it yet. Never mind. No, definitely not yet. So we'll just grab Ableton's own Rhodes for now. Actually, I've just had a thought. There is a good freebie called Lost in 70s. Let's grab theirs. Keys of the 70s. And there is an organ. Okay, sod it. Let's grab the organ as well. Hammond organ's not the same kind of sound, so that'll make a nice... we've got our flangey pad here, haven't we? Let's find a chord progression. Sounds decent already. That's fine. I'll put these in a group, and then I'm going to side chain them off the kick a little. Actually, I'm going to put them on a permanent fake side chain, because even when the drums are in, aren't in, I want them on. I want them kind of pulsing a bit. Let's pull the mix down a bit. Something like that's going to be fine. Right. So we can't go A minor, or do we have to? So you, I want to. We've got to go a different key, haven't we? Because yeah, we have to. We have to. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is put a normal disco bass line in with Modo bass. I'm pretty sure I installed Modo bass before I got the deal. Yes, going to use that for bass guitar, and I'll put the synth bass in between. So let's go G minor then. I think. Question is, what are the chords? If I don't want to rip off 4/7. Let's take some suggestions. What chord progression? Name me 1 to 7 in any order that doesn't start with 1. Oh, something by Elgar. Na 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 na. I'm a sucker for the Enigma variations, obviously, because I'm British, and that's how we honour the dead of the war, with the Enigma variations. The most beautiful tune. 6215 Helix. Conrad 5555. Could do 5555. If it's 5555, isn't it just 1111 though? We'll do 6215. I don't mind throwing a diminished. We might have to go 6251 because of the 251 is going to sound pretty good. But the 5/6 is also going to work. So let's for the sake of speed, let's throw Ableton in G minor and then fold scale, so I can't put any wrong notes in for now. Daft Punk is pretty much entirely diatonic. What the hell has happened here? That's not worked. Oh, no, it has. Sorry. Huh? No, it hasn't. Although I kind of like it. It's given us an inverted 2 as chord 7. I'll take that. Here's what 2 would actually sound like. That's not too bad. Is it me or these chords sound like they're going early? My drum's late. That's weird. How strange. I want to delay those. Try. Oh, it still sounds early. $30 milliseconds? That's a lot. Sounds like it's right now. That's strange. Is that the plugin? Does it have some weird delay compensation that is compensated for that's not? Anyway. Organ. By the way, you can get, not this plugin, this is a freebie, but the IK Multimedia organ, the BX3, is a really good Hammond organ emulation. Has this got any distortion? Can't remember. Oh, here we go. So this needs to be more obvious. Also early, isn't it? Lower octave. Put that delay over. Phaser, because that's the rules. What's the kilohertz one like? I've not used it. There's no feedback function. No, thank you. Is that the? Ah, there's the phaser I was talking about. The this is a freebie. I forgot I had this. Auditory Dr. Phase. This is an emulation of the MXR Phase 90. I remember now. MXR. But Ableton's built in what's it called? Phaser flanger. There we go. More because we need the feedback. I need pretty high. Try inverting phase. That's the type where it inverts the spread, not the frequency. Reminds me of American Boy. Yeah, a little bit of that. Classical melodies. Let's label these before I forget what the hell's going on. Is that our classical pad? Oh, that was a hi-hat. Oops. I don't think I need the hi-hat now. Let's have a listen. Put this on the offbeat. Does it help the groove at all? Nope, absolutely not. This is not an offbeat groove. It's more of a bum bap. Does it help us fill any gaps? Maybe right down there. I'll leave it there. The high phasey pad in. Label the group. Classical melody. So it's pretty square. It's not very funky. That's going to come from the bass or an arp. What's the instrument? Strings? Do we have to go strings, I think, don't we? If we're not going to go organ. Lead instrument. Or should we go 70s prog, like synth lead, but playing a classical line? That might be cool. Yeah, good point, Nate. We could do a syncopated start, so it's a little bit. Oh, I tell you, we need to nudge all the starts to be early as well, don't we? That's part of the groove. 1/8 early. I can't be bothered doing the loop at the moment. I'm just going to make it. It's going to make it go around like that. It'll sound like the loop restarts anyway, which is kind of cool. Organs in the wrong octave. Minor saw from Cable Guys. What's minor saw again? Is it a tribute to the Centaur distortion? I think I'm just going to go with like a 70s prog lead. kind of vibe. Wish we could do with what, sync. Syncs are pretty. Actually, yeah, Daft Punk use sync a lot. That's perfect. Let's go with a sync lead. Have that on the go, not triggered on, yeah, on sync. Sync the sync is what we're going to do. Something like that. Take all the low end out of it. Mono, legato. Actually, the glide takes a bit of the classical out, doesn't it? We need all of that alternate barky style thing. We can incorporate some of that maybe. Oh, sounds good, low. Shame it's not for this track. I think I'll put this on the same fake side chain. We're going to want a bit of echo, a bit of verb. Let's put the, for a bit of lo-fi, let's go the Tens Spring by Klanghelm. Bit of a slap from the when it joins, maybe. The Shaper Box guy is Cable Guys, Lewis. I think I want a slap delay. Let's just grab D delay. Nothing in time. I just want to blap. Ping pong. Delay before spring. I need a tiny amount of that. Actually, I want that before the sidechain. Okay, it's good enough. Let's get a. Oh, I've got DJ Shadow in my head now. All that kind of stuff, isn't it? So syncopated entrance. It's also a bit too bright, I think. Depending on where we catch that sync waveforms a bit. This is draft 1. I'm not happy with it yet. Maybe there's a gap here. Maybe do the bark thing as a turnaround. Just down the scale with one alternate note in between. Keep to the chord. Relative simple way to copy the delay by grouping an envelope followers or something. How do you mean, Red King? Delay is free, by the way. If that's what you were trying to talk about, trying to recreate it in another plugin. track to the tempo. And triangle, not yeah. Of course, it needs to be phased. It's a melody. I'll just stick with that for now. Let's get the bass in. Oh. How the delay behaves so it doesn't get cluttered. Well, let's just talk through. It doesn't have to be this plugin, by the way. It's not. I only use this because it kind of covers all angles. Most delay plugins will do what this does. It's not actually that distinct. I mean, it's capable of very flavorful delays. You've got all these distortion modes and things, but what I'm doing here is obviously the number of repeats is your feedback. So that's one way that you control that it doesn't overtake your sound. You might be referring to the ducking thing. Is that what you're talking about? So that when the sound's there, it ducks out of the way. I'm not utilizing that right now because, as you can see, my melody has no points in between where it's not. It's all long notes, so the ducking feature here is not applicable. Otherwise, it would just permanently duck, and I wouldn't get any echo. So I do want it to mess up my sound in a little way. One of the ways you can get it out of the way is to curb the lows and highs. I've not got all the frequencies coming through here. I'm chopping off some lows and some highs, so it's a bit kind of telephoned in. So between, if you want to duck a delay manually, by the way, say, I don't know if this will answer your question, but while we're here, let's just grab Ableton's normal delay. Let's turn that one off. Just for now, just to show you. So, milliseconds, just because I want this fast, kind of what I call a slap delay. Not what people call a slap delay. So let's just say I've got a messy delay that actually let me. Let's take some note lengths down so I can show you the ducking in. What you can do if your delay doesn't have ducking on, I mean, as I say, delay is just free. You could just go and download that. It does it for you. It's another reason I like using it. But if you wanted to manually set up ducking on any effects, I'm going to put a compressor after it, which I'm going to sidechain. I'm going to make a parallel path. So there's no effect on this. This just lets the dry signal through. And then on the delay path, we want to be 100% wet. So it's just the effect. Okay, I'm going to name this dry. If I could type. Here we go. And then we turn on sidechain here. And we choose from this let me label it so I can keep things simple. I'm going to make it pink's a good lead color. So lead, and then we search here for, there we go, dry. Doesn't matter where I pre-post because there's nothing on this dry section. But now this will sidechain or duck. Let's turn on peak detection. And just like a normal compressor, you could choose to have it come up slower with a longer release. Very handy on vocals. Yeah. So that's how you would do it with... it doesn't apply to this because, like I say, there's no points in between the notes where the delay would come through because I'm holding a synth note and it's not decaying. It's like, it's at the same volume. So, but that's how you would do it if, yeah, so that's why the free delay plugin's so good, because that one dial is doing all that for you. Speaking of which, I want to put on variety of sounds. You got me wanting a dub style tape delay now. Dotted eighths, where are you? Just for background atmosphere. Let's crank the modulation. That sounds very Tron Legacy era Daft Punk, that one, with the slap delay on, so happy with that. Let's get a bass in, shall we? Actually, let me save my what am I doing? Wrong one. Right. I know what bass we want already. It's a precision bass number from the 60s. Yeah, that one. Played right up by the bridge. Let's have a look. Play style. Finger style, yep. And leave all that. Let's go with a low action. I want some buzz. Bit of that. Okay, let's try this in a minute. Let's get it in context. So we were 6, weren't we? We're gonna have to do syncopation on the ARP. By the way, this plugin doesn't use samples. It's like Piano Tech. It's physically modeled. I have to swap to a slap note there. We'll do a slow 3. Two. We're going to 2, aren't we? Not used a 2 for a while. Makes a nice change. Now I've got that rhythm. For now. Might put an extra note in here. Yeah. Pick a passing note. I'll just go around. I don't even know if the bass needs to go early. That's a bit of a broad question. Blank poster music. I have a what is electronic music or house music in your understanding? Well, obviously it's an evolution. Well, they're two different questions, I suppose. House music is sometimes under electronic music, usually. Electronic music is something that uses not acoustic sources like guitars or real drums, or incorporates electronica like synthesis. That's kind of my definition of electronic music, and I presume it does have a real definition. House music is, well, it evolved out of disco initially. It evolved out of disco and electro, which was kind of a hip hop movement, I suppose. If you, so what the first house track is widely regarded to be, what's it? Kevin Saunders. Forgotten it. Something to do with love. Jesse Saunders, sorry. On and On. It wasn't Love, sorry. On and On by Jesse Saunders, which, you know, if you heard it, wouldn't sound like what we describe as house today necessarily. But this is the beginnings of Chicago, obviously. I'll fast forward a bit. So we've got 808, synth lead, synth bass. You can hear the beginnings of 4 on the floor, but with syncopated snare pattern a la hip hop, electro.
These things inside my soul, they make me lose control. Goes on.
Drug lyrics. Yeah, I mean, it's got a wide definition, but yeah, that's your beginnings of house, which is one of the, I don't know if it wouldn't be the first electronic genre, would it? Because Kraftwerk were technically classed as techno by the time they were starting to be defined in terms of dance music. It was what was to become of techno. But then you've got the founders of techno, the Belleville 3, New York, a little bit later, which is obviously sampling and had other elements that we now associate with house. But in general, yeah, electronic music is made with electronic instruments, not acoustic. But obviously it was a slow transition through the 70s into that. I hope that answers somewhat of it. Yep, some which has answered you there. Disco and dub, yeah. Well, the dancers were dancing to electro. I don't really know if it was termed electro back then, but sound system dub was obviously a huge part of electronic music as well. Yeah, anyway. Kevin Saunders was one of the Belleville 3. Yeah, that was techno. So Jesse Saunders was what year was this? 84. When was Strings of Life by the Bell? 87. So arguably first. Not that Strings of Life is technically the first techno record, but I suppose a lot of people believe it to be so. Anyway, yeah, before we go down that rabbit hole. I think I want to not go early on this with the bass. Yeah. I don't know what note to come round with here. Is it just 2? Bit of a gap. I think we have to do the octave of the... Yeah. I might do a variation every 4 bars or something. Let's go dark purple, anything dark for bass. That's a good thing about a Daft Punk type sounding thing is we don't actually have to have a very big bottom end. They usually don't. They don't go as deep as like super modern productions, especially if you're doing like disco-y things. I think I'm going to go with the sidechain. I don't want the bass to pump too much. I might go with a spectral sidechain for this one. Flora. Kick drum. Don't need too much level on it. Maybe I do want some global. Oh, that's one of the IK ones. Don't need that. Drum. Yeah, we do want some pump. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, I'm going to take the old bass sound. Where's my old bass? Yeah. Take the sub out of it. And then we're going to have a polyrhythm ARP instead. Let's just run. Whoops. Oh, what have I done? I made a new track. Kind of sound like a guitar. We'll put a nice delay on this or something. Let's just start with that. Might not even need to move with the chords. Just run the one. I might be able to go for the polyrhythm further as well. I don't mind a long polyrhythm myself. Depends whether you want people to dance or kind of just sway. Sometimes they need the reset. Try 2 bar. Let's do that. Yeah, I like that. These are all elements to be faded in and out, aren't they? Double phaser, keeping it really wide. Let's just go with a ping pong eighth. This is why I like delays, it's got more control. Modulate it so it becomes a bit chorusy. Bit more low end out. Saturation's not a problem. Again, no point using the duck because there's no notes in between that this will trigger on. Does that work? Not actually doing that much. I suppose it is. Okay, so it's a little bit bouncy. Put a bit more. Low end on the amp. Something like that. I think we need a thicker kick. Where's that hitting? Might just be a bit short. Maybe I'll go down a couple of tones. That's better. Right. a bit of verb on the snare, maybe. Classic plate. What's he called it? Epic plates. By Variety Sound. Post clip. Oh, no, I can't. I've got to do it on the snare itself, haven't I? That might be on these. Darker. Gated. Gate on this depends on the might do a manual gate then. It's kind of doing it, isn't it? We get that 80s cut off a bit too soon kind of vibe. Yeah. Shaper box is good for that. I could do a manual like shaper box type thing for free with STFU, obviously. Just put one of them on the reverb channel. Kind of thing. Could always just do that. But yeah, Shaper Box is really cool for that kind of thing, in one plugin. Yes, that's non-destructive repitching. I'm just triggering the sample at a different pitch, yeah. It doesn't, it makes the kick a little bit longer, and obviously the central pitch, the deepest part of it will go a little bit deeper, so. There's a bit where it gets too saggy. Pretty good down there. Right. So the only thing to do is make a 6-minute arrangement, right? You'll soon know if you've got the vibe, whether you get sick of it or not, because this is the ultimate test of decent melody, or well, decent everything really. Because if you can't stand this on loop for 6 minutes, you know something's wrong. So in theory, all we have to do, right, is just that's 6 minutes worth. I'll probably have to put in a bass guitar change. In fact, let's do that before we I was going to put a little change in halfway through. Something with a live. Maybe I can carry that one over. Do like a dee-oo. Yeah. And then some kind of musical turnaround. Some, I don't know, like a little kind of run. Not bad. Out of scale, sorry. Whoops. Or should I do the chord? That's pretty good. Let's do the chord. Oh, and we can do a melody harmony, can't we? Let's do a softer tone, and then we'll do a harmony for it. I can't do it on the main part like theirs because I'm using glide. And to do that, I need to be monophonic, one note at once. So I'll have to make the harmony on a separate part, but that's fine. Because that sounds borderline too harsh for me anyway. So I think a nice softer version of that. We don't need the low notes because we're going to be above anyway. That's pretty cool. That's all right. Right, so the harmony we'll bring in with something. Well, let's just put everything in the scale. G minor. Fold. Nope. Scale. There we go. Hopefully, if I just go 1, 2, that's a harmony. That's not bad. Yeah. I think I want that to be on the 5th, though. I can hear that going. Yeah. And I think I want that to be the 1. Some of the glide out of that one. Just needs to melt into the background a bit. Start the sync at a different point, maybe. week's worth. So let's make a group for the lead. I'll label that one the harmony, so I remember. And it is slightly different, so you get, I don't know, light pink, something. You thought redlining the master would cause issues? You haven't seen my How to Not Master, have you? I've made 2 videos called How to Not Master. Can you hear distortion? That's the main thing. We're talking about this earlier, but yeah, as long as only extremely fast transients are what's causing the red, then they shouldn't be perceivable to you as distortion. And that's okay. How are we doing, by the way? I don't perceive this being a particularly I've not referenced either, so you might argue the drums are a little like louder than everything else, and other stuff could come up maybe. I don't know. I think that's a little bit you know what I've not done is EQ'd my pads out of the way of that bass. But I don't like that Rhodes sound too much. I may back the velocities off on that, see if it calms down. Sometimes sample-based instruments don't. Oh, there we go. That's better. Chain on the ARP, I'll put that separate, so okay. So chords. Let's have the melody. Oops. Let's have the melody fading in. Try that. Let's group all the drums. My caps lock is on. That's going to do my head in if I don't do that. Yep, as Subspace says, ear training is very important. Because you might be clipping the hell out of it, but not even be able to hear it. Add tension by bending the ARP on 2 and 4. I could have a go. Let's get the pitch bend out, shall we? Where have they put MIDI functions in Ableton 12? I'm lost. Is it in transform or is this all specialist stuff now? Pitch and time. Humanize. No, not for this kind of music. Clip. Can someone tell me where all the envelopes have gone? Top of the MIDI clip. Oh, thank you. Thank you. The actual MIDI itself. Thank you. Right. How do I know what I'm looking at? There we go. MIDI control, pitch bend. Maybe this is an evolution, not sure. Or maybe it's part of the turnaround. Yeah, let's delink that and go a length of 8. And then we could just do it on the last one, right? Oh, do it. No, 16, and then we'll do it twice on the last. We'll do it like that. Anyway, we want that's going to be a late addition. That's a pickup pacer thing. Pads are going to be in from the beginning. Drums are out. So let's say the drums come in there. Hi-hat, get in there. Melody should be on its way up. No harmony. Maybe filtered pad. Oh, there's not any highs to filter though, is there? Oh, damn, bass has got caught with drums. The bass has to be next, right? Something like that. Faster than that, doesn't it? Hold this to land now. be in by now. And then we'll have a break from the lead, shall we? Maybe filtered. Oh, I never even had them go up. I think I'm going to keep that to the last. Twice feels weird. Right, that's too long. Answer this a lot, but if you had to get one, would it be headphones or monitors? I feel like I don't have enough space at home where monitors would work well without sound treatment. Yeah, I would suggest headphones in that case. I want one more of this while the harp's in. We need filters available and stuff, don't we? Might wait for this actually. I don't mind the art being the thing that grooves for a bit. Should we mute some top loop stuff? Is it All top loop stuff. Did Daft Punk really do that? They do sometimes, don't they? That's going to be on its own. It doesn't need to be filtered. Excuse me. And I think we go. Snare in. Ish. Arrangement subject to change, of course. I think I just want snare hat, no. I do want a kick to back it up. Yeah, the fast kick sounds cheddar. Not classy enough. Just needs to be that. Everything back in. And then fade out maybe. Old school. Probably here to here. The problem is Spotify these days wouldn't let you do a slow fade out like this. They'd actually reject the track. Yeah, something like that, maybe. Don't want to do anything too radical because it's supposed to be a drift track, right? Yeah, just to finish off the point of what Tobias asked. Yeah, I never recommend buying monitors without treatment. So if you can't fit treatment in, or you've got like a square room or something, small square room, always a problem. Headphones, definitely. Maybe just some small monitors, just to be able to, like iLouds or something. Another IK multimedia product, not sponsored. But, whoever does small monitors that are just good for checking speakers in general, not necessarily for frequency balance, more for like left to right balance, just general things that you won't spot on headphones, like stereo problems or lack of stereo problems, or vocal balance is always a hard one on headphones. So I prefer speakers for that. Just something you could swap to so that your ears don't get complacent on one system. It is important, but yeah, you would prioritize the headphones and just get some small speakers for swapping to every now and then. As long as you're aware that your room is not good for that, then you shouldn't, obviously you won't be leaning on that. How long have I been in the industry? Stroke making music. Well, I've been making music for, let me get this right. So 33 years? Maybe. I started quite young, right? So beginning of school kind of area. actually making music, probably, yeah, halfway through school when I did my first songwriting, I think. It's going to be about 30 years. Anyway, in the industry, what would the first proper gig be classed as? I suppose it would have been Ironweed. What year did Ironweed come out? What was it called? Dust Bowl. That album was my first paid gig. So that's 2009. So 16 years technically in the industry. What's my artistic vision for this track? Oh, the reference was Daft Punk. Veridis Quo. I think we need a brighter pad, don't we? Some fizz. Ear candy. Yeah, I suppose. What would it be? They don't really have it. I mean, this is the thing with a drift track. You don't want to be too distracting or too... What would you put in? Oh, sorry. What would you do instead of? Well, you would just sell the real version direct to fans, and make sure your real fans know that it's via your social posts that the Spotify version is cut short or something. Or just put it on Beatport as an extended and don't send that one to Spotify. Something like that. That's what you'd have to do. I think for the attention deficit generation, I would probably make a 3-minute mix of this anyway. For Spotify, this is the one that would go to Beatport or something. And you'd maybe even do I do a lot of 2-minute mixes for for Instagram, TikTok. So people can line up their videos to something that's actually got stuff happening all the time. So you would just bring stuff in much faster or not fade in, things like that. I'll tell you what doesn't sound very Daft Punk. It's a bit raw, although Daft Punk can be raw. I think it needs... let's go with the... bit of Air Windows vinyl processing. And we'll get a bit of noise from Clark plugins. What's it called? Textures. I think we'll do a bit of that. Bit of vinyl, bit of tape, maybe. I think I want to do double that. Bring the lead in later. So that really quiet down. And then we'll copy that and make a tape one. That's okay. Speaking of tape, old Daft Punk would have gone to tape, wouldn't it? Should we audition some of these IK Multimedia ones? I've actually not had a good play with these yet. Did they unlock? That's the question. T-Rex. Oh, it's a hyphen, isn't it? T. There it is. Let's just do. What have we got? Let's do that. What's that? That's not bad. Bypassed. Yeah, that's a vinyl, brings out the kind of clips the tops a weird way. I like it. Just on the default setting with high frequency limiter in built in. Over-biasing. Wonder what the transport model does. Is that the capstan and reed head noise or something? Let's try GP9. That's usually a bit more hi-fi. I think 456 sounds better. A bit warmer. Old school. Yeah, 456 is a bang in the middle. I like it. Yeah. Just stops it sounding a little bit dull, doesn't it? I did say I wanted a little bit of squish, didn't I? Put half a dB off that. Not sure. Oh, has Behringer done the CZ1 now? Is no one safe? Anyway, we've done a Daft Punk thing. Oh, it's gone 10:30. I need to eat. If you think the kick is clean, then it's just the it's just a selection. It's not clean now because I've put vinyl noise on it. You can hear it before. And I did pitch it down by 2. We're losing subs, aren't we? I'll probably put that effect on everything apart from the kick. Or find a way of... Anyway, yeah, come back to that. Or try a different tape machine. There's another 6 to go. I'll do that. Maybe I'll do a review of all that stuff or something. Are there any granular synths I would recommend? No, I'm not sure, Subspace. I really keep meaning to find the time to audition a bunch. I've got Grainbow installed, but they keep coming up with really cool ones. And technically you can do granular in Serum 2 now as well. I need to look into how it performs though a bit more. But I've seen so many good plugins recently. What was this Minuet one? Was it Minuet? It was a weird kind of granular scanning. That's it, Solstice. That thing. That's really fascinating. I've not got the demo yet, but I've watched some demos. It's not traditional granular. It splits up your sound into all these weird segments, almost kind of by musical pitch, but like harmonics, and in a semi-granular way, and you get to kind of play around with them and trigger them in weird LFO sequences, and you can choose, like, you can draw directions and have that be the sequence and stuff. Looks very, very cool. It might just be a case of the demo was really good, but the synth is a nightmare to use. I don't know yet, but you can kind of drop a sample in and it just does a weird split up thing. Yeah, I really need to get more into... I love granular for pad generation mostly. I've not looked at all the options that Omnisphere 3's got either. I don't know if that was... They've added any granular control in the new version. Oh, you've got Phase Plant. Yeah, Phase Plant's good. But you wanted a freeware. Yeah, my limited research said Grainbow was a good free one, but I can't confess I've explored it yet. The interface, it was made with Juice, so it's not. Yeah, I have not played around with it yet. Is this not resizable? So that's preset loading. Yeah, we'll have to have a play around with that. I presume you can just drag audio in to. Just give me a piece of audio. Yeah, okay. Make it grain. Okay, it's not doing anything. I presume you've got to select ranges or something. Yep, like I say, no idea how to use it yet. I will report back. But if you want to get playing in the meantime, that's one I've been told is very cool. Granular is beyond you, is it? Look it up on YouTube. It's not that hard to understand. In terms of its concepts, it's not that hard to understand. It's not too different to wavetable in this. It's just granular control of a waveform. The confusing bit is all the possibilities that it opens up, like scanning the grains of that waveform. Yeah, it is kind of mind-boggling, but it's one of those things. It's one of those synthesis types that's very hard to. You couldn't really. I don't think you could sound design on purpose much in it because it's so. Well, it's dependent on the sample and, yeah, it's a lot of trial and error. So it's not that daunting in the sense that it's more of a, just play around and see if you can get something to sound good. Obviously, that wasn't a very good demo because I don't know how to use the plugin yet. But yeah, it's not really one of those that you can kind of theorize like subtractive or additive synthesis and kind of work out how you would get to an end goal sound. It's very much a suck it and see kind of F around and find out kind of synthesis. Kieran, yeah, I'm using 12 on the live streams at the moment because none of my actual day-to-day jobs kind of allow me the time to play with it. It's all very go when I'm in a session with a client, or even when I'm doing my own stuff, I've kind of usually got deadlines. So I'm using 12 just to kind of, I'm just slowly getting used to 12. But it's not too different in day to day. The main thing would be the harmonic locking that you could do across the whole project. I should have utilized this earlier. I forgot about this. It's not something I would need to do that much because I'm already kind of well trained, but I think for a lot of people, this would be really useful, having all of their MIDI and stuff locked into a key. Obviously, stem separation is around the corner. They've already trialed the beta, so when 12.3 arrives in its full form, we'll have stem separation, which for DJs is going to be fantastic. Apparently, raw is really good. If you like random MIDI generation stuff or strum patterns or lots, basically MIDI help, finding creative ways to mess up your MIDI. There's all these transform functions are here, which I'm yet to dive into. Maybe we should have made an ARP with that earlier. I'm not sure, but yeah, no super biggies differences I've come across yet. A much more annoying browser with a million tags at the top, which I don't use yet. Maybe if I get all my plugins tagged with EQ filter, stuff like that, it might be easier to find stuff. But for me, this is just a solution to a problem that they started with VST3 not being able to sort. You can't sort VST3s by plugin type into folders like we used to do with VST2s. Now it's all manufacturer grouped kind of nonsense, but yeah. Anyway, maybe I'll get used to this. Yeah, nothing to report so far, Major, but 12.3 will be useful if you want stem separation in your DAW, or if you've been jealous of FL, or pretty much anyone else who's got it at this point. Splice integration could be handy. Yeah, I've not seen how they've done it yet. Oh, that reminds me, I need to review the new Splice instrument, which I presume is just Spitfire Labs, because they bought Spitfire, didn't they? For about 50 million, was it? Oh, multi-bounce options, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, now you can bounce in place, which is handy. Yeah, I forgot about that. Not something I have to use that often, but... Oh, yeah, Subspace. I forgot. You're Awesome just mentioned, of course, I think Ableton Suite now comes with Granulator 3, doesn't it? Is that free? Awesome? Or is that it used to be a paid plugin, didn't it? Anyway, Granulator is supposed to be a good kind of standard. Is it a Max for Live device, or it was a Max for Live device and now has been made like an official plugin or something? I can't remember. Yeah, Serum's got Granulator built in as well. Ah, it comes with it. Yeah. Okay, brilliant. Yeah, I'll have to try. Let's have a look. Is it here? Gran? It's not in plugins. Max for Live? Hey! Oh, Granulator 2. Maybe I need to what am I on? Am I on 12 point? I don't know what I'm on. Where's about? Oh, there it is. I'm on 12.1.5. Maybe did they add 3 or something? So I've got Granulator 2 here. Yeah. But that's for another time. Oh, thank you, Hunter. Oh. How to make a synth from Through My System by It's Merv on Serum. Also, you are a legend. Thank you. I'm just about to end the stream, unfortunately. I will have to hold that for a video or next time. Through My System. Let me have a quick... If I can tell you...
What's up, Insiders?
Oops. If I can tell you quickly, I will let you know. Through My System. By... it's Merv. What synth is it? Let's have a look. Oh, okay. I think you mean that, don't you? Or do you mean that one? Oh, modal. It's a modal track. Major chord 1, flat chord 6. Neither minor nor major. Dead Mouse thing. Bitonal. Do you mean the intro one or the verse one? The one on the drop. It's well, you've got two things going on. The sound's quite simple. We can quickly do that. That's not too hard, I don't think. Heavy sidechain. It's modern speed garage type Sammy Vergy vibes, isn't it? It sounds just like a double octave detune. It's like a heavy trance detune saw thing, like two saws. Oh, you went to hear it in Serum, did you? Was it Serum? On Serum. It's the same thing. It's resonance. We've got it's clustered major ninths, I think, major sevenths at least. So two saws, one up the octave. You want a steep filter, squelched resonance. I mean, let's just drive it a bit for. We want a nice steep envelope kind of thing. It's not full attack though. It's like a whip, whip, whip. Get a little bit of attack there. Probably that. Let's try this. We need heavy detune. Here we go. Not detune. Sorry. Although that's fine. We'll go. Let's just go max unison. I think. Let's listen to that one more time. What are we? Oh, I faded out the track, didn't I? Oops. Sorry. Both oscillators needs to go through. Let's get rid of that lead. So a bit more of that filter. A bit faster, maybe. And then maybe this fast attack. Let's do the I'll show you the chords, by the way. So it's A flat. Not sure whether the seventh is underneath like that. We're going to need a little bit of reverse. We're going to need some release on the main. And on you. And on the filter envelope. I mean, that's your starting point. Obviously, it's not super. And then you swap to. My tempo is 107, so this is going to be like slow motion. And then just drop that to an F. because it's chord 4. It's a 6-4-1, by the way, but the 1 is major. That's kind of your quirk. And then we just go up to C major like that with a 7th underneath, major 7. So everything's a major chord. Oh, sorry, no, chord 4's normal. It's that kind of thing. Anyway, you'll have to play around with the filter types. You might need to do a little bit of drive or something, just to catch some of the spikier bits. It sounds like it's kind of a bit grainy, isn't it? A bit. Oh, that's on the bus. That's why. Ignore me, main. Anyway, that's getting into the nitty-gritty of it. Let's show you how to do the thing. So we'll just hold that first chord, shall we? I don't know why I'm redrawing it. I could have just extended it. So all you have to do for that is we send one LFO. Actually, let's do multiple ways of doing this. Actually, you could take an arpeggio. It's got one built in, hasn't it? Does it do chords? I probably don't have time to figure that out. Let's just do it this way for now. So you'd have this on a different track at a different instead of this envelope. Actually, can we re-trigger this envelope via this? There's probably a way of doing it that way. I'm going to just remove that. So we're going to put this onto the filter instead of an envelope. Let's just loop this. And then take a second LFO. Just wants to ramp down like that. We want this over, what, 2 bars or something. There we go. That'll do. And then you send this to the speed of this LFO. And we want it on, not BPM, on Hertz. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. 2 bars. So that's kind of the idea. You probably pick a different curve. Different range. It needs to be a shorter range, doesn't it? We don't need to end so slow. Where's my... We need to go to the matrix, don't we? Sort this out. Kind of thing. Anyway. Yeah, basically you just... One thing's doing the filter. You might do the whole volume envelope, by the way. Trigger that instead of the trigger the main volume of the mixer with the same curve. But that's kind of the idea. That's about as much as I can go into it right now. I hope that was okay for you, Hunter. That help? Brilliant. Okay. Right, I'm going to dash and get some food. I hope you all learned something. Whatever my, what's my slogan again? Can my computer handle max unison voices? Apparently so. I have an old Ryzen 9. There you go, get blinded. Actually, that's a better way of looking at it. Specky. Specky will show you everything. Ryzen 9 5700X. Currently at 79 degrees. So it's just about handling it. Does it handle? Does it go up? I've got it's a mini PC, by the way. This is my PC. Is it HX9? That thing. That one. I don't think they make them anymore, but they make equally powerful ones now. For you get them for about £600, I think. Not too special. That's about 3 years old, I think, now. The new AI Ryzen 9s are very expensive, aren't they? But anyway. Yeah, I would always go Ryzen for the last kind of, what, 4 or 5 generations? Intel really messed up. They ran really hot. They weren't efficient, and was it the 13th or 14th gen that had all those glitch issues, which they could only solve by dropping the performance even further? So, yeah, Ryzen's kind of won the battle for the last 4 or 5 years, I think. Probably longer. Not that the Intel ones were bad, it's just performance per price ratio was just not as good, so. But Intel are making strides now. They've got the first quantum chip going, haven't they? Anyway. Right. I'm going to play that tune, fade it out, and go and get food. That feels slow now, doesn't it?